Hel- hello, everybody! Rusty Doggo here. Welcome to the Kennel Club. For today's stream, as the title suggests, we're going on a journey from Liyue to the new region, Natlan. Natlan? Or at least do our best to get to that point. So, we're almost done with Liyue's story. I want to see how far we can get to Natlan's story. It might not be done today, but we'll definitely try to see if we can explore Natlan during this stream. And as always, if you guys like my content, please make sure to give me a like, a follow, and a subscribe. It really would be appreciated. Without further ado, let's rough and roll. First things first, check out our daily mail. Got the letter of thanks. How many Primo Gems do I have at the moment? Primo Gems. Meant the... I need 4 more Intertwined Fate to do it 10 times. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that would probably be the smartest move. Sorry about that. Alright, there we go. So when we last left off, we did the Golden Carp story. Oh, and as you can probably see, we got a new addition to my party. So, they're going to do a thing now every year for Genshin Impact. You can get a free 5-star character. Pull that up real quick so you guys can see.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nope.
Everything's ready.
Not it. Looks like I can't show you guys since I already did it. Basically, you get a choice of so many different S-rank characters, like Chi-Chi, Mona, Diluc, Jean. There's a lot of them, so I can't remember all of them. I went for Jean because I used to have a Jean back on my old Genshin account. So I'm really familiar with how she plays, and she was one of my best characters, so of course I'm gonna get her. It's like, she's a really good character. doggos! I see 2 doggos! Oh, yay! 2 doggos! Happy on the bridge. They're happy doggos. Can't you see that? They're happy doggos. Hmm? Okay, so how do we get up there?
Hey there! That's the way. Hey there!
That's all of them. They thought they had a chance. No, I don't want to cook.
Whoa! What a stroke of good luck!
Time for this kitty to climb. That's a very tall mountain. Oh, there has to be a better way. Not doubting Kirara's skills with climbing, but there's gotta be an easier way.
Yep.
Oh,
Look up there! That's the Jade Chamber!
question is, how do we get up there?
This is bad. Paimon's supposed to be your guide, but Paimon doesn't know where the way up to the Jade Chamber is.
We should have asked that emissary, Ganyu.
Well, since we want to go to the Jade Chamber, heading to its location on the map is the sensible thing to do. Let's look around. There has to be a way up there nearby.
Sounds fair enough. I think I see something. Or not. What is that?
Hey, look! Since this is the right place, it must have something to do with the Jade Chamber.
It looks like some sort of trap.
No way. Just trust Paimon.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. High up. Huh?
It only takes us up to here. Aw, if that wind current was stronger, we'd be able to reach the top in one. Huh? Why? Or. Oh, Paimon gets it. If it was a secret, Ganyu wouldn't have let us try to find it ourselves, right? Alright, let's follow. Oh, hang on. It looks like we've gotten close to the Guizhong Ballista. Paimon has a new idea. Why don't we shoot you up to the Jade Chamber using the ballista?
Do you really hate me that much?
No. Paimon may have just forgotten to think about the safety measures. Oh, that's right. Now that you mention it, we could use the Guizhong Ballista to see if there's another way up nearby.
How dare Paimon try to launch me?
Things are going a little too smoothly today.
How dare she try to think that it'd be smart to launch me?
Fellow warfare, I guess. Hey there!
Oh, what a stroke of good luck!
Coming at ya!
Quick, let's pack it up.
Ah! At least unlike Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, at least you don't slip when it's raining and you're trying to climb. Oh man, just imagine if they put that mechanic into play. Yeesh. No thank you. One franchise doing that is enough. Ow! Oh, that wasn't smart. Ow!
Finally, the rain has stopped.
Oh,
My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all.
Yeah, let's not do what I did again. One of my friends lost his brand new character when he started playing the game just from doing something like that.
Raining again.
Like, she was like, woohoo! I got this new character I've been wanting to get. Not too long after, accidentally kills her.
Halt! Who trespasses on these hallowed grounds?
Exactly. What are you we're invited guests. No. Wait. Maybe she pretended to invite us to the Jade Chamber, but set up a Millilith ambush here to arrest us. Now, Paimon.
What? We're just on guard duty. What do you mean?
What nonsense! Seize these
Well, here they come.
tactical retreat!
Coming at ya.
Tactical!
Take the target alive!
Yeah, I don't think you would take the target alive.
Hey there. Hey there.
Two arms!
I swear by my sword.
Let it try it! Bested.
Stop. What's all this about?
Lady Coaching, these two strange people suddenly appeared.
Who are you calling strange?
You want to go to the...
We're invited guests here to look for the Liyue.
Well, as it happens, I am one of the Liyue Qixing.
Oh,
I'm Kuching, the Yuheng of the Qixing. I know of you, traveler. You're Ningguang's guests, yes?
wow. Paimon didn't think we'd meet some super...
The Guizhong Ballista in Tianheng Pass has long been in disrepair. And yet, it was fixed, and these Millilith are just here to guard the scene, not to arrest anyone.
So this was all a misunderstanding? Paimon never would have thought.
Thinking isn't that hard, Paimon.
Anyway, for a mortal to be able to repair an Adepti mechanism...
That was... Eh? Oh, right. So, Lady Yuheng, might you have any idea why Lady T...
Just call me Kuching. I'd say that Ningguang's purpose is to request that the savior of Mondstadt take a more neutral stance. Or at least, to not wholly side with the Adepti.
We're not taking sides. We spoke with the Adepti.
When you say protect, you're referring to their sanctimonious arrogance, aren't you?
Huh?
You are mortals, and thus under their protection. There was no way they would have regarded you as someone with the ability to assassinate a god. Naturally, they would also regard Ningguang's locking down the area, questioning the citizenry, and pursuit of the assassin to be pointless work. Perhaps they even wonder if there might be a cover-up. I'll say it like it is. They're underestimating us.
Well, you've got a point. Still, this is the first time Paimon's seen a person from Liyue who doesn't respect the gods.
Should I respect the shallow sense of time and condescension to mortals that has caused them to delay in moving against us, Qixing? Forget it. I shouldn't speak of them this way. This skepticism is mine alone. Either way, I will admit that the actions of the Adepti this time were quite restrained. Rex Lapis's death is indeed an extraordinary circumstance. But to think that they would call for how surprisingly civilized of them. Well, for Ningguang, she would talk anything and everything out if she could. The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what I'll stop here. Honestly, you should both be off to the Jade Chamber. The cream of Liyue's mercantile crop all see ascending to the Jade Chamber as the greatest honor.
Favor?
Paimon, that's not the point.
But, wait, that's right. Greeting gifts are a staple of Liyue's culture. We need to get one. Not to curry favor and...
Alright. You can decide on your greeting gift yourselves. You didn't actually have to come to Mount Tianheng. Go back to Liyue Harbor. Find a guide at the Yuehai Pavilion. And, well then, may we meet again, traveler.
Well, that Yuheng may not respect the gods, but Paimon thinks she's a pretty cool person. So, what should we give to Ningguang when we see her? Oh, right! Paimon dreamed of an amazing... Paimon has a feeling that it would be perfect for a soup. Why don't we go with that for a gift?
Do you have a recipe?
Nope, but Paimon let's go gather ingredients.
Boom shakalaka. Oh, I think I know where this is going. Boom shakalaka. What's that?
What a pleasant surprise.
Bone shards. That's where you get them. Hello, Flare. Welcome. Been a while. Uh-oh, bandits.
Huh? Is it just Paimon? Huh? Did you hear that? It seemed like it came from those ruins over... Uh-oh. It looks like the treasure hoarders have locked someone inside.
Oh no. What happened? Unless you don't mind, unless you mind telling. I'm not gonna force you. Oh, yuck.
There's no end to this. Direct assault.
I can sort of understand how you feel from having a... Yeah, it's a long walk, but I'm gonna try to see how far I can go. Even if we don't get to the story before this whole stream, I can at least try to travel there. I know it's somewhere past Sumeru. And I already been to Sumeru. Yeah. Swear, if you need someone to talk to, you can always talk to me. I'll listen with my dog ears. What? Did that treasure hoarder couldn't swim? I can understand that. I've been there.
Thank you for your help, kind travelers. If you hadn't come to my aid, I surely would have rotted in this cell. Those treasure hoarders, when their mood was good, they'd rearrange those pots of sweet flowers. When they were in a bad mood, they'd rearrange my face.
Aw, it was nothing. No need to thank us all at once.
I understand. Don't worry. I will compensate you both.
There's really no need.
Don't say that. I'm Meng Dan, a supplier for Mingxing Jewelry in Liyue Harbor. I often walk around these mountains. I never expected that those treasure hoarders would have their eyes on the same ruins that I had. Is there anything that you lack? Antiques, treasure?
Wait a moment. Actually, we have...
Oh? And what might...
Do you have a box that can store presents? We'd like a pretty one. The kind that you can use to store snacks.
Of course we do. How can one sell antiques
Ow?
without gift boxes? At Mingxing Jewelry, we have the best gift wrapping service in the 7 nations.
Hugs. Hugs and punches are not the same thing. Ow! Ow. Ah.
Now just give me a moment and I'll let the boss know. You can go see her whenever you require that.
Great! Paimon Sugar Frosted Slime now comes in a beautiful package.
Brr. I don't want to stay place.
Well, with rocks.
That's fair. You need to get you get your rest. Hopefully things will get better for
Things are going
you.
a little too smoothly today.
crystal clear and very delicious. That's the one.
Wind, hear me.
All right, we got all the ingredients, so let's make it to Liyue. Make it back to Liyue.
Hey there! A guy called Mung Dan told us that we could get a nice and shiny box from your store.
Uncle Mung already told me about it. Thank you both for saving him. Many of the best goods in our store were found by Uncle Mung. If anything were to happen to him, it would be impossible for us to continue doing business. Here, this container is itself an antique, with at least 140 years of history.
Yep. It's great! Hang on a moment. Could we borrow...
Sure, please help yourselves.
Traveler, this clay pot looks really awesome. If we use an antique as our mixing bowl, we should be able to make a great snack. It's done! The one and only sugar-frosted slime! Carefully now. Into the box it goes and dust it over with a bit more powder.
Oh yes, you might want to use these 2 freshly picked flowers as decorations too.
Woohoo!
Ooh.
It looks beautiful!
I'm not sold on this gift idea.
Great! Now that we've put all that we've got into this box,
Icing on the slime. Oh, who thought of that achievement name? Oh man. Where are my commission? Oh, wait. I might have done them already. Okay. I get it. It's not been 24 hours since I did the commissions. I'm losing track of where to go. Alright, I think I know where I'm going now.
According to Kuching, this, excuse me,
Yes. How many would...
it's not convenient to speak of numbers here.
Ah, well said. Please, use this to ascend to the chamber.
Yep.
And yet the code they used was not the one for guests, but for the Yuheng. What's going on here?
I've been waiting for you, returnee from Joyun Karst.
It's Ningguang. Since this is our first meeting,
Oh, for me. You have my thanks. It seems that I have made things difficult for you, considering that you were supposed to be my guests. I'm glad this palace floats in the skies, higher than the peak of any mountain. From this vantage point, one may survey all of Liyue. I have been gathering the funds necessary to build it from the time I began learning the merchant's craft. And since becoming the Tianquan, I have spared no effort in hiring the best. At first, it was but the size of one room. Now, it is large enough to blot out the moon in the skies above Liyue.
Wow.
One day, I believe it will overshadow all 7 nations. Not many from outside Liyue earn the right to ascend to the Jade Chamber. But I have been in correspondence with the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, who spoke highly of you. As such, I have been putting eyes and ears out ever since you reached Liyue.
what?
And I finally got wind of your movements when you were on the way to Wangshu Inn.
Wait, was Vergoldet one of your people?
Just Vergoldet? Everyone at Wangshu Inn is one of ours. At the Guizhang Ballista, yes?
You weren't peeking on us from this...
I fear that peeking would have been a little difficult from this altitude. Our eyes and ears are more than sufficient. You two are very interesting people, after all. It would be natural to take an interest. Well, I wouldn't expect you to trust us, considering that you have had far more interactions with the Adepti. The reason I invited you here was to clear up some misunderstandings.
Really?
I believe that you've heard of the Archon War. Many gods used to walk this earth, and many long wars were fought between them that did not abate until 2,000 years ago. Much blood was shed, and many lives were lost. In the end, only 7 victors remained standing in Teyvat. They built cities and nations on the corpses of the vanquished, and thus began the era of the 7. You can see Goyun Stone Forest from here, I trust. It is no natural rock formation. Those are giant spears of rock hurled by Rex Lapis during the war. Beneath the spears lie those cast down by Rex Lapis in those days, gods that failed to seize the title of Archon. Not only is it true that gods may die, but so too has the membership of the 7 changed over the last 2 millennia. Rex Lapis's passing is an unimaginable disaster for Liyue, but the Order of the 7 will not collapse simply because of that. Another Lord of Geo will arise sooner or later. Yet, how are we to forget Rex Lapis? When that time comes, the relationship between the people of Liyue and the gods and Adepti will surely be different from before. Even in a new era, the Liyue Qixing remain Rex Lapis's former subjects. Do you really think us capable of having played a part in his demise? Of lacking the foresight to see the certain repercussions?
Why hide the Izuvia then?
That day at Yujing Terrace, it was also very sudden. Even I was caught completely off guard. You were there, you no doubt saw. But our enemy has long lain hidden within the harbor. If we do not act against them now, they will surely gain the upper hand. Hiding the Exuvia was a necessary maneuver to take the initiative back, to play the spider while our foes scurry about.
Who's this enemy you're...
What do you think, Traveler?
It's him, isn't it?
Huh? What are you
Well answered.
huh?
The scenery out here is fine indeed, but the wind is a little strong. Our preparations to receive guests within are complete.
Wowee! What a huge hall! Paimon's never seen such a fancy place before.
Ooh.
Be at ease, you two. Make yourselves at home if you...
Can we really?
I have invited you two here as friends. And when friends come over to play, our enjoyment comes... Why, you've kept your ear to the ground, I see.
That's because even the storytellers are talking about it. Everyone's after a piece of paper from that wall.
That's because that wall records Leo's secrets. Merchants have always been attracted to secrets. But the secrets of the mercantile world are of no interest to you, are they, Traveler? You're rather special, really, and I think you're quite aware of that. If possible, I'd like... But if you were to choose the more trustworthy person between myself and Kuching...
you'd pick Kuch. I originally thought her a bit too hard-headed. With someone of her character on the Qixing, I've had some extra messes to clean up behind the scenes. But after she said those words, the time of the Adepti has long passed. Well, I must say that quite a few of my doubts have been dispelled. I won't deny that Rex Lapis's passing seems advantageous to us. But, for Liyue's sake, we cannot allow ourselves to be shackled by rumors of our usurpation of power.
I surmise that the Fatui has a hand in these rumors.
Indeed. It seems that you understood what I meant to say from the very beginning. I called for the gag order and for the Exuvia to be hidden to temporarily stabilize the situation, and also to prevent something similar to the incident in Mondstadt. With Rex Lapis's death, the Fatui have busied themselves with many clandestine actions beyond their diplomatic remit. As the Tianquan, one responsible for Liyue, I cannot be too concerned with appearances when opposing them. Allowing the rite of parting to take place was also meant to buy some time for us to take control of Liyue's administration.
It's exactly as Zhongli said. The Qixing only provided the venue for the rite so they could use us for their own ends. Wait, that's right. Speaking of ends...
Of course.
Paimon's heard that anyone who sends a greeting gift gets a little something in return. So, does that include us?
Seriously, Paimon? Seriously?
Well, we have made quite a bit of trouble for you recently.
Yay! Paimon was just... One of the sheets on... Don't look at Paimon like that! One of these sheets... Just imagine. Let's grab one! The biggest one! Well, that was an easy search. The biggest sheet is la 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 la. Huh? There's a place marked with a circle on here. Sigil of permission, something, something, Fatui. Aw, that doesn't sound like treasure. This piece of paper shows that a Qixing spy discovered traces of classified Fatui research on the Sigil of Permission. Oh, Ningguang did say that the Fatui have been up to all kinds of mischief in the shadows of Liyue, spreading rumors, but research on the Sigil of Permission? Speaking of which, there's also some connection between you and the Sigil of Permission. Seems there's still more for us to find out. Oh. Well, should we not go then? Oh, so you're saying that it's precisely because we can't completely trust Ningguang that we should confirm the truth of what she said? That's way out of Paimon's league. Paimon thinks she's been nothing... Anyway, we'll see if... Before we look for Zhongli at Dihua Marsh, let's go to the place marked out on these papers and see if the Fatui really are up to no good there.
Sounds like a good idea.
So, you don't have to confirm it with me. Just choose one. Afterwards, why not sit down for a while in the Jade Chamber? Or have a short stroll? Rest is also an integral part of any journey. Come now. There's no need to stand on...
I guess I'm expected to glide down.
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
Ooh.
We may leave at any time.
Oh.
Nice and spicy. What a bountiful harvest.
Yep, I spy some fatui.
There really were fatui at the location written down on this piece of paper. And they look really mad at us too. here. And some stacks of blank paper, too. What are they for?
Looks like they're copying the pattern on the talisman.
I haven't seen this pattern before. Oh, Paimon knows. It looks just like the sigil of permission the child gave you. But how did a relic of the Adepti end up in the hands of someone like Child? Oh, that's right. Cloud Retainer said that when the Lord of Geo created the sigil of permission, it wasn't to be used as some old relic. Talismans like that were once used in the Archon War to... Maybe the Fatui are copying the sigil of permission, being able to channel divine power in battle? Whew, that sounds pretty dangerous. And the plot thickens. Alright, that's enough sticking around here. The last stop on our rite of parting preparations tour is deal. Let's go! Umbrella warfare, I guess.
Looks like I am gonna need the Traveler for this one.
Just what will we come across?
I swear by my sword. I hope the others find some. What a pleasant surprise.
Astra Abyss. Thank you for completing today's. Ad Astra. Ad Astra.
Just sharpen my spear.
Let's try to avoid him. There's Zhongli.
Right on time. I myself only arrived moments ago. Did you enjoy your visit to the
It was so big and pretty and
Indeed. It's second to none in all of Liyue. Then you met with Ningguang, I trust? What did you...
She's super rich and so generous. Yeah, his take on Ningguang is quite different from Paimon's. He thinks that even the tactless Yuheng is more trustworthy than her.
Oh. So you also met with Keqing then?
She said the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
No respect for the divine. Indeed, contrary to the ever-bold Keqing, Ningguang is more of a businesswoman at heart. Though they are both members of the Qixing, although she's friendly, there's no way of clearly discerning her true intentions. Yes, she has only relied on herself to rise to her current position. No ordinary person could ever achieve that. It's said that she's the one behind the constant expansion of the Jade Chamber. It's the second most important thing to her. Even if she ever gave up the position of Tianquan, she would never give up the Jade Chamber.
The Jade Chamber is only second. What's the most important thing?
Why, Mora, of course.
Yeah, sounds about right.
All Ningguang talked about was the Fatui this and the Fatui that. She said that after Rex Lapis was murdered, the Fatui have constantly been trying to sink their fingers in...
That is how the Fatui have always been. It doesn't surprise me in the least. No matter what they may be planning, you must be careful when dealing with the Fatui.
So, is there anything we need to get for the rite of...
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. Today, we'll be gathering...
Blaze lilies? But why did we come all the way out here? Doesn't the garden in Yujing Terrace have some? Oh, right! Paimon remembers that Madame Ping is always...
No. Those lilies have all been gardened by people. They won't do it all. Dihua Marsh used to be full of glaze lilies. It is a sort of joyful flower that lived before the Archon War. Dihua Marsh was all dry land and fertile soil. But the war caused landslides, and the land was flooded, turning it into the marsh you see now. Of course, there are some kinds of flowers that have been preserved and gardened by people in the city. But very few people know that glaze lilies may still be found in the wild. Wild glaze lilies have the strongest fragrance. If we want to follow the true tradition of the rite of parting, we must grind up, but I'll need your assistance in gathering these flowers. That's correct.
So how good is your singing?
I can hold a tune.
Really?
We'll only know once he's...
Time to sing whenever you're ready.
Da 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 da.
What happened? These flowers are jumping. They look really angry. Is it because you sang a song from Mondstadt that they don't understand here in Liyue? Nice. That really hurt. Hey there! Coming at ya! Have fun! Ha! Cha! Yeah! Yeah! Hiya! Huppa! Ah! Yeah! Yeah! Ha! Huppa!
That's one way to take care of them.
Those weren't glaze lilies. Glaze lilies wouldn't hit people.
This little monster is known as a whopper flower. Strip, the glaze lilies used as a disguise were buried with the whopper flower for too long. The result seems to have surprisingly potent medicinal value. Let's collect what we can of these petals.
Risky? LOL. Hello, Jay.
Well, that's nice and all, but will those petals be useful for the rite of parting?
Unfortunately,
That's so late.
Excuse me. Are you searching for glaze lilies?
Oh, hey! It's... What's her face?
Hello, traveler. I'm surprised you still remember my name. Ah, that reminds me.
Well, it sure would have been better if you told us how to get up there.
Oh, that explains it.
Didn't I tell you the way? Sure.
Nope. We found the way on our own.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. I guess I really did forget to tell them.
Oops.
Something seems a little off about Ganyu. She's acting different from the first time we met.
Ah, well, I met you at that time as an emissary of the Tianquan. But now...
You came all the way out here to see the flowers?
Yujing Terrace is where Rex Lapis parted from this world. If I strolled through those lonely gardens now, I wouldn't be able to bear it.
Cool. Yeah, I'm doing that thing where I'm gonna make it all the way from Liyue to Natlan. Probably not all in one day, but we're gonna see how quick I can get through this. Even if I can't get through the story quick, I will try to explore it like I've done some of the other regions. Like I've already seen pieces of Sumeru, and I've activated all but one statue for Fontaine. Because the one statue that requires something other than swimming, because you can't swim without losing stamina in that spot.
Whenever my duties take me near Yujing Terrace these days, I draw the windows to block my view of the gardens.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's quite alright. I just
No,
haven't processed my emotions.
especially not when I'm not near the end. I'm almost to the end of Liyue, but not yet.
When the Archon War came to its end 2,000 years ago, the first iteration of the Seven would gather in Liyue and drink with Rex Lapis. But 5 of those original 7 had already passed before Rex Lapis. It's truly a changing of the guard. Yes. Now that the spirit of Rex Lapis has returned to the heavens, only Barbados of Mondstadt remains of the first 7. The other 5, including Inazuma's Raiden Shogun, are no longer the same friends from 2,000 years ago. Of the current 7 Archons, the youngest is Sumeru's god of Dendro. She is merely 500 years old, whereas Rex Lapis was more than 6,000 years old at the time of his passing.
6,000 years old. Dang, dude. I know people say age is just a number, but dang. And also Sumeru's god being 500 years old. True, but it also proves that people make it'd be like questionable on what's her name, the Sumeru Archon being as young, looking as young as she is. She's not really as young. Like, do we even count her as a? You know, I'm not gonna go there. That's a line I ain't gonna draw. Just to play it safe. Because I know, no, thank you. But yeah. So.
This means that Liyue had been under Rex Lapis's rule from the moment it was first founded 3,700 years ago. The city has never had to bid farewell to its deity.
So what do you think of this?
Huh? This... As a mortal, I've never
I clicked on a spot.
Rex Lapis. But as an Adeptus, I think I will eventually come to grips with reality. Since Rex Lapis has passed, the time of Liyue's contract with the gods and Adepti has now reached its end.
Huh? Did you just say...
Yes, I am a mix of human and Chilean. Adeptus blood flows through my veins. I fought for Rex Lapis and the city of Liyue during the Archon War. After the war ended, I signed a contract with Rex Lapis and took the position as secretary for the Qixing. I've continued those duties to this very day. Well, let's save that conversation for another day. You say that I also know where wild glaze lilies can be found. See,
We...
Oh, so did you sing a song before you picked the lily?
Indeed, I did. I know this.
Wow, so you really know your stuff, too?
No, it is you who I should be thanking. If not for this chance, if you would excuse me.
And that just about does it. Our preparations for the rite of parting are mostly finished. Given the ease of picking glaze lilies, I think this was a fitting end to our tasks, in more ways than one.
Yeah, Paimon can already imagine himself.
I've had enough ventures in my life already. Beginning a new undertaking is always difficult at first, and requires no small amount of effort. And once business is at full steam, the stress of it all only wears away at you over time. So you must be careful to take the time to step back and re-examine yourself. If left unchecked, the wear and tear on your heart may go well past mending.
Wow. See? Zhongli sounds like he's already seen it all. Alright, I think it's about time we head back to...
Let's do something about my character's health. There we go. Don't know what to expect once we get to Liyue Harbor. Also, Jay, you know this. Where do I go once I get to once I get done with the story? What do I use to get to Inazuma? Because I'm pretty sure I can't make it by
The city gate is swarming with Millilith.
can't make it by land.
This atmosphere is highly abnormal.
By foot, I mean.
It seems as though something big has happened. We should ask around a little, just to be safe.
Ah, you're the consultant to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. The Millilith are watching our every move now. These are desperate
times?
The Adepti of Joyun Karst are finally on the move.
Do they intend to exercise force?
Most likely. I've heard that some members of the Qixing have already gone to meet them. Well, I say meet, but it's more like they're... However, both sides were quite obstinate.
It seems inevitable, given...
The Adepti do not acknowledge the Qixing. They only acknowledge the contracts of the Geo-Archon. If the two sides come to blows, Liyue...
Surely the Liyue Qixing are not the sort to get...
Their boneheadedness is known throughout the lands. Yet it's because of that obstinacy that mortals and Adepti are now on the verge of conflict.
Oh, okay.
And what now? How is it that the Fatui have come under fire?
That's all Ningguang's doing. She proclaimed that in these tumultuous times, the Millilith must reign in. Only now do they want to start keeping tabs on us? Anyway, Mr. Zhongli, you're one of Child's close associates. Please understand that your actions will reflect on us. Don't let anyone catch you off guard.
It looks like things are about to boil over in Liyue Harbor.
Do you intend to use your neutral identity as an intermediary between both sides? Or will you use your sword to turn the balance? Neither path is an easy one.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhongli, we've heard that the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor has also been caught up in all of this. They're currently squaring off with the authorities at the gates.
Things are taking a turn for the... I'm afraid I must leave now to handle things back at Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. I hope that Master Hu has been able to keep things under control for the moment. Consider your next course of action carefully, Traveler. If you're trying to prevent an explosion, it may be wisest to look for the fuse first.
Having connections with... So what does Zhongli mean by looking for the fuse? Oh, Paimon gets it. If there's anyone that wants to... He must be waiting for the moment when... But where could we find him? Where would he go at a time like this?
makes sense why Beidou would be the one I'd have to talk to, since she is a captain of a ship. More doggos. Oh, that's 4 doggos on the bridge. Awesome. How dare they not give us petting as a interaction with the doggos? And they're like, come on. They're begging. I know I keep saying this, but look at them. That makes sense. Isn't this like the bank? Oh, boss battle, boss battle. Oh. I think I'm ready.
Wow! This is the Golden House? It looked impressive enough from the outside, but who would have guessed that it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of Mora.
There's a Scrooge McDuck level of gold on the floor. Oh wait, I see guards knocked out.
This is where hinted, right? In that case, maybe they won't notice if a few more go missing.
Touch a single more and we're done for.
Oh, so it's a trap! Tricky, tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here. But even if we can't take any, we can still have, or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of Mora. It's like a dream come true. Oh, right. It's quiet. Too quiet. Huh? Look! What happened here? Uh-oh. Paim, quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is all right.
We both know what happened. We all know what's gonna happen.
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here?
Huh? Who's there?
Child.
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself. But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way. Although I'm deeply grateful to you that I was able to effortlessly find this secret location, don't you think that trying to stop me now would just... Stopping the more immense, hiding away the Exuvia. The Chising are really pulling out all the stops this time.
Yep.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the Exuvia all along?
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, she will get that which she desires. I'm not asking for your blessing. The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. But I'm willing to do us this either way. We now come to my favorite, the battle.
Battle? So you're the
You... When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene instead of confronting you directly. She chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would she? When she faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcome. But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a harbinger...
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt...
Oh, so you intend to fight me? Good. Besides, you could never defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, fighting talk, I love it. This chance is hard to come by, so show me all you've got. So very few ever get the chance to square off with a Fatui Harbinger. So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint.
Watch out!
We've made some progress. Guess I should take you more seriously. Good. No wonder Signora was so wary of you. Well, that just means I can go all out. Brace yourself. This is about to get tough. Now, show me what you can do against the might of a Harbinger.
I think I'm doing pretty... Oh, ow.
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. But that's about as far as you'll get. Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
You were just playing it to get close to the Exuvia!
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected. Well then, I'll be taking Morax's Gnosis now. I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
That was easy.
Look! Child's back to...
Well, then, it seems the burden of the foul legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through. And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating. You had no connection to the Gnosis, no matter where it had been taken.
That's what we've been trying to tell you!
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be? You already know the answer, don't you? But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity. This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend, even if our friendship can only be shown in battle against one another.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the Exuvia to begin with. In fact, it might be that the Exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
What? So you mean that...
The corpse was fake.
Yes, it appears so. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts. As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
Backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this, for the weak will be swept away in the process. The truth is, the world belongs to those who pursue strength. Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui Harbingers. Children...
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyan's stone forest.
A god?
Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the Geor Archon in the Archon War, and who has... If such an ancient god were to be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless, do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the
But the Archon War ended 2,000 years ago!
Simple. I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
Hey! Those are sigils of... Oh, Paimon remembers now! The Fatui have been researching them!
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa, breaking the subduing might of the Geor Archon spears for a time should be no obstacle. Using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is but knowing that such an action will not only force the Geor Archon to show its hand, but you as well, that makes matters a little more intriguing.
Uh-oh. Just when I thought I was done.
Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Huh? He's already gone! That guy is fast!
Given how quick I managed to...
What's going on?
Given how quick I managed to take on Child, I don't think I'll have any problems. Is that chaos? Perfect chaos?
Paimon's exhausted. If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we... Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea? It hasn't destroyed Liyue yet.
What are you...
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the Chising.
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, We have agreed to put up.
Oh, Paimon gets it. Just seeing this. Oh.
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be, which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue.
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against... So will the power of the Chising, Millilith, and Adepti gathered here...
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion is... not necessarily.
What? But all of you are supposed to be the Guardians of Liyue?
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Qi-Sing did once research the matter of the Guizhong Ballista when it piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong Ballista with one's own hands. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be thankful for. So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong Ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their strength to man it. We haven't a moment to spare. Yep.
Whoa!
The Fatui! They're attacking the Guizhong Ballista!
The three Adepti are manning the Guizhong Ballista. Do not let the Fatui disturb their work.
All able Millilith, with me!
Let's go help too!
We Adepti have not faced a god in several millennia. Let one see what you're made of then. What strength remains within you. One wishes to witness.
This one's got your name on it!
You might want to try harder, Fatui. Ooh, they did damage it a little though.
This one's got your name on it!
Oh no, you don't.
A proper send-off from the Spina with love. Hey there!
Miscalculated.
I'm sorry, Navia's becoming a boss.
That is Osial's divine power. I am very familiar with it. Be careful not to get hit.
Oh. Yikes! Okay. I hope I don't lose my big gun that quickly.
The Fatui! Their attacks are unrelenting!
How daring. Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this afterward. Every last one.
Okay.
The ancient god's attacking again! There are so many Fatui too! We can't help!
Come on.
Here, take this.
Depthal energy. That light from your body. It's like the tiny Julian cards. No slacking off. Wow, it's got a pink shockwave. This granny's really strong.
Oh, fully.
Miscalculated.
Watch out!
No slacking off.
Watch out! Hiya! Coming at ya!
This isn't good. I guess this is it.
With the blood of the Chilean, I guard you against evil. Cast your fear of injury by the wayside, and fight with all your might. I too did this during the Archon War.
So this is what Ganyu's like in a fight!
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I do.
We're going too fast!
Child, you are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
Watch out!
They are not giving up that easily. Oh, no, you don't.
I fear that the god's power has reached its peak.
In other words, if we both fear there's nothing worse to come, right?
Oh, no, you don't.
The Fatui's numbers are thinning!
Fight on, comrades! Once we finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to deal with the god in peace.
Woohoo!
The interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
It's working! We just need to keep this up!
That can't be good.
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
I understand.
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
Whoa. That was something. But why didn't
Finally over?
Rex Lapis help at all in this battle?
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade.
Surely he could have done something. Or maybe that was not what we wanted because that's what the Fatui wanted.
The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor would surely have been in great jeopardy.
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here. Surely you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now. It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing. Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least some recognition, don't you agree?
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some... Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here today.
Oh?
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue 3,700 years ago. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it. Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land. Instead, focus your sights on our city and each of the citizens that dwell within it.
Are you questioning our means?
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see Liyue in a new light.
Forebearers, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared to me in a dream.
What?
In the dream, I yearned to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. Each passing generation of the Qixing leaves many things of value to be inherited by the next generation. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world, establishing a network of contracts which has since come to be known as trade. but I dared not speak. I could only get.
Oh, Ningguang.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying to say, Outlander?
Right. That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the Four Winds and the people of the Animal Archon. The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides, because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both, and that nothing good would come of it.
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity, as Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
All right, all right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millelith. I have come to extend my thanks to the Adepti. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as I feared we might be. Although I am a mere mortal soldier, I promise to hold the line and never betray the grace given to us by the illuminated Adepti this day.
Huh? Why does everyone look so down?
Weren't you frightened, dear? It was quite the predicament.
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millelith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty stinks for protecting Liyue Harbor. Please, come visit us for the next lantern rite!
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to participate.
Huh?
Because we are Adepti.
Oh, okay.
You see, this is what Liyue is like today. The country of contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection. But it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little niggling matter, although their blood is weak. There is still strength to be found in those we call mortals. The time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed. Now is the time of contracts between Liyue and its people.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place. Wouldn't you say so, Cloud Retainer?
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
Let us return now.
Eager to leave, Conqueror.
Yes, one understands what the Conqueror of Demons means. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place. Fair enough. Away we shall.
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist but how will we ensure that the Liyue Chising will not simply exploit their power?
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best...
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well that ends well, huh?
You can say that again.
Oh, right! It's that child wanted to unleash, but we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex on our... Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom? Paimon doesn't get it. But isn't the strongest lead we have the Adepti-less rite of parting that we're organizing? No idea where Zhang Li's going. Let's ask for him at Wangshen Funeral Parlor.
Well, we definitely, I think we're just about at the end of the Liyue story. It has to be around the end of it. I don't think there's any more adventure ranks keeping me from finishing it. Okay, good. Now I wonder, is there any restrictions for getting on the boat through with the adventure rank? Because I at least want to get on, even if I can't start the story. I want to be at least able to get into the Inazuma region. It seems like it's the only region that's really inconvenient. The only region so far that's inconvenient to get to. You could say Fontaine, but as you can see from my map, it wasn't really that hard. But I was wondering how I did it. Right here. I climbed up there. I glided and climbed up there from a peak in that area. I thought it was going to be hard to get to.
This is a peaceful neighborhood.
I did it so I could advance my my Navia to where she is now. To send her. Which she's proven to be very useful. As you could have seen during the Battle of Child. Where is Zhongli? Did I pass him? Oh. There he is. Oh, wait, that's not.
Is there anything I can do for you two? I'm afraid that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor isn't in the best.
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you...
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment.
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong to the Fatui? Last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the Golden House. Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on Liyue? We had better go and make sure.
Oh, I feel like he knows. Oh. Also, Jay, are you familiar with the new the quest you can do with Genshin Impact in Discord? If you stream with friends, I keep passing where I need to go. If you stream with friends, kind of like what you did with Fortnite, if you stream for 15 minutes, you should get some sort of reward. I can't remember if it was something to do with I keep passing where I need to go. Where? It's either something to do with the game or something to do with Discord reward-wise. I'm getting lost. Lost dog, if found, please contact this number. What number? I don't know. Seriously. I'm lost. I'm not trying to climb on the rails. Come on now. Oh man. It's bad when you forget how to get into a certain building. All these stairs look alike. Wait. Oh. There we go. That would work a lot better.
You call this cooperation between Harbingers? Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? Oh, it seems...
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And...
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as something precious was snatched away from your friend.
Well, if it isn't you two. This is our first time seeing each other since Liyue was nearly wiped off the map.
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted.
Oh, now don't say that. Sure, I may have misled you, but I never... Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little tussle we had at the... Nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. The real deceivers here are Senora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on. So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. Though you remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind.
What in the world are you talking?
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee.
Why?
How sanctimonious.
What? So you're... No, wait! That's an exciting twist and all, but...
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract. For it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing?
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot.
Wait, what?
Perhaps it's best that I... As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. It is now even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. I kept convincing myself that cracks had not begun to form, and that the end of my time had not yet come, until one drizzly day. As I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers. I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Oh, Zhongli.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not... Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided, so I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Qixing to play their roles together on the stage that was Liyue. Indeed I was. The Gnosis which I had kept for so... That's right. Which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine...
Of course. And it would have been all too easy for him, too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
In the end, the resolution to all that has transpired was even more satisfactory than I could have hoped for. Take the Adepti, for instance. Owing to their years of seclusion, they were the least informed. Yet when faced with a crisis, they commendably showed the greatest amount of restraint possible. Not only did they manage to cooperate with the Qixing, but in the end, credit is also due to Signora, the emissary dispatched by the Cryo-Archon to fulfill our contract. At my request, she kept everything she knew in strict confidence. This despite the eavesdropping ears of her colleague, Child. This meant I could remain as Zhongli, even having the chance to fulfill the age-old traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you for joining me on this journey, Traveler. All of these things turned out as I had planned. There is only one thing that I had not anticipated. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. They seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue's divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete...
Huh? That doesn't...
On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such...
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceit?
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, Adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo-Archon, Liyue would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight? Be that as it may, you've come out of this as the hero of Liyue. I, on the other hand, will be forever...
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter. We should return to Zappolyarny.
Fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a...
Do as you wish.
I'm confused. Why would Zhongli just be willing to give up the Gnosis
Is there anything else you wish to ask me?
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a Gnosis.
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo-Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo-Archon. My contract to end all contracts. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
I'm confused. Very confused.
Today's the day of the rite of parting. Although the star of the show is fake, we spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
True.
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis, too.
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our lord and released that evil god might have been one and the same?
Now that you mention it, that's very possible. Yes, it's very possible indeed. I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Oh, that wicked, black-hearted scoundrel. Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things? I have never heard of such a person in all my years.
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look, the Millilith over there looks like he's about to make an announcement.
Well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really...
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think. I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank. I think they called him Child.
Fatui? They certainly are very suspicious.
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this...
Ah! So Zhongli's... I think this might have been what he was planning. Now the rumors about the Fatui being the bad guys will become more and more... big, and it'll be harder for the Fatui to hide around in secret if word keeps spreading out. Or at least that's my understanding.
Hear ye all! The Qixing's words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials. Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was having been thwarted in his trial. Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not, and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors, or indulge in baseless speculation.
That's better.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Qixing's announcement said. So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot. Could the Qixing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands?
I think you've hit the bullseye this time.
Exactly, right? Ooh, seems... Look, it's Ningguang and Keqing.
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among us.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we...
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking...
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young.
Ooh.
The Liyue Qixing always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You deserve that much.
Whoa.
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
And to think I'd put my best perfume, but it seems as if, well, that's fine. Suffer no rivals in love, they say.
Rex Lapis. Now that I think about it, perhaps mementos for Rex Lapis might be the best short-term business opportunity.
Really?
As for the mortals and Adepti of Liyue, what shape shall our relationship take from now on?
Oh, get down. Get down from that.
Hey, Zhongli, look at this. Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their... And here you are looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years? Right. If the two of you can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal.
That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Liyue kiosk.
You're right. I do like the Mora. As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules that mortals do. When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon.
Oh, no wonder. Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society.
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange the Archon Morax. Could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he descended to be with his people. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli. That is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our...
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is present. Yes, the nation has been closed by order of the Electro-Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among local...
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before.
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the shogun of Inazuma, people call her the...
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't remember that always being the case. It wasn't that bad last year. Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know something about what's happening there? Just how did Inazuma become a closed nation?
It's because of visions.
Huh?
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, this is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
Uh-huh. That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Vision Hunt?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of the statue of the omnipresent god.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessed?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa.
The Animo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when 7 ideals for 7 gods. And of these, eternity is... All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse, I will never know. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead. I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions? All right then. Was there anything else you wished?
Yeah, about that. Before the Qixing made their announcement,
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Child did send people to the Jade Chamber to prevent the Adepti and the Qixing from defeating the ancient god. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the envoys of the Fatui. Ha! Those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shifted all the blame to him and called for his dismissal by now. All right then. Was there anything else you wished to? The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even Kuching is absolutely right in saying this. Now, though I did laud Ningguang's desire for power, believing this to be a good thing, and thought as a matter of course that she must have been behind the Qixing's plan to take governing power over... Could the original person who brought up the idea of seizing power have been... All right then. Was there anything else?
That's right. Zhongli, now that you don't have your gnosis, what's going to happen to all the Mora in Teyvat? Since Morax is dead, are they all just gonna disappear? Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent? Will it even continue to work?
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of time, since creating Mora requires the use of the Geo-Archon's power.
This is terrible! We're all about to run...
Yes, this is indeed a major... well, I suppose we'll just leave such troublesome matters to the Liyue Qixing to debate.
Then, did you at least set some private funds?
Oh, a private fund.
What's a shame?
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time. All right then. Was there... Well then. I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this.
Oh, no. I am not at that rank yet. I guess I know which one I'm going to next.
Children, come, come.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift? For Paimon?
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you mustn't decline this gift. I simply won't allow it. When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wilds. That simply won't do. Especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you. Fortunately, I have not yet grown so old as to see my subspace creation ability. Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world. The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created you.
So, in the eyes of an Adeptus, creating a magic teapot...
Oh, indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what one might call an exercise of true power. But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift...
That's right! Finding...
Oh, settle down now, children. There's... What's more, I doubt that you would know how to find the materials I am searching for. Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. Back in the day, it could only be you would have to dig downward, following the roots of the glazed lilies. But almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since even more difficult to find is Smaragdus jadeite, which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. In any case, Smaragdus jadeite is an Adepti treasure, and the Adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding the...
Well, since you're an Adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for help...
Yes.
She counts? How come there are so many Adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an Adeptus and never even know it.
Maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny. Oh, I don't believe we've met.
Ah, allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yen Fei. She's the one helping run some errands for me. Yen Fei, I believe you already heard of the Traveler and his traveling companion.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the chiefs. A shame that we didn't meet sooner. If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less, embarrassing for you. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yenfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me. Oh, yes, here's my business card. You'll find it has... If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention...
All right, Yenfei, all right. Let's get to the business at hand. I do not think these two are in any dire need of legal assistance at the moment. You'll have to excuse Yenfei. She's always been like this. Ever the...
Paimon was gonna ask the same question.
An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time. And then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up,
The two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis and that he was fine with it. Even contributed toward... Anyway, let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff...
Is that so? Yanfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Liyue greatly, after all.
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still a chance we can figure out some alternative...
Oh, that's a really thick book. What kind of things do you write in there?
Commercial consultancy. Or... Snezhnaya? Ah, found him. Krustle! A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices. If my memory serves, all of them had to do with rare ores. He mentioned that he was considering acquiring some smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins, and wanted to know if there were any legal ramifications that he should be aware of. So, I guess I'll go look for him. With any luck... Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get...
Wow, an Adept... Best we be a little more...
Alright, so where are we going? Oh. So many quests available. Whoa.
Hello, Mr. Krustle. How's business been?
Oh, good. Very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei. What brings you here today?
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met...
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, in the end, I did acquire a small... Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins?
Wait, isn't smaragdus jadeite really rare? Aren't you...
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Ms. Zhiqiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, in return, I included a clause that guarantees the smaragdus jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Ms. Zhiqiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable.
Hello, Sigma.
False. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
In that case, might you know where Miss Zhiqiao lives? We'd like to pay her a visit.
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we...
Thanks a lot, Mr. Krustle.
See some action.
So many quests available. Oh my.
Quick, let's pack it up.
Found her.
Whatever shall I do? Yes, that's me.
How do you do, Monsieur Chow? My associates and I are very interested.
The hairpins. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value, there's no... My family is in the ore business too. But we now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. That's what the hairpins were for, well, to keep it now that I've lost the hairpin.
Why does Paimon have a sudden strong sense of deja vu?
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild.
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Monsieur Chow, would you let me have a look at the rental contract you signed?
Huh? Well, I mean...
Let me see.
That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? True. Though
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate. Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices into account. And given the rarity of Smaragdus Jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a result.
Even higher? Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so whichever way you look at it,
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the Jadeite is genuine, would there?
Please. Please, however much it is, I will... Now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't keep Crossel in the...
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. So hold on a moment, Monsieur Chow. When you first touched...
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were... My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so I am quite certain of my judgment.
Smooth to the touch. Finest quality. No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things.
Something tells me that they're not official actual jade. The jade we need. Not genuine. Or at least that's my understanding.
Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've returned. With... You lost them!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Mora! Do you have any I just don't...
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. It was in fact genuine Smaragdus Jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course! Genuine article guarantee.
Alright, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Monsieur Chow in compensation.
Thank you very much. How could she lose my hairpin?
Looks like I'll have to find some way.
Please wait, Monsieur Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so...
Huh? Oh, whoops. I gotta complete a quest first. So how you doing, Sigma? get this out of the way.
But you didn't let me finish.
Miss Yunfei, what is this about? Are you...
No. What I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the Orin laid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus Jadeite after all.
What do you mean? Are you implying that you already sneaked off and found...
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus Jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy. If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would not be smooth to the touch. Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell. I didn't feel anything special at all, in fact.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were elemental traces in Mr. Crossel's vicinity. If I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus Jadeite in his possession.
If that's the case, we should go confront him right now!
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would find some argument to compel us to leave. And then, he'd throw the Smaragdus Jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience talking.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them. Fortunately, I have far more elegant solutions at my disposal.
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like this...
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, can I ask you to please sign this contract?
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track.
If I had one more for every time I hear the word contract.
It feels like Yunfei is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else we know.
These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, I require a written contract. Any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into...
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay, and I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last
Paimon's
page.
looking sleepy.
Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to
Very
over here.
sleepy.
This contract has so many pages. Paimon's all out of brain juice again.
She had some to begin with.
Alright, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract. Have a look through and let me know if you have any...
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy. Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case...
Miss Yunfei, I have to ask...
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus Jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geo-energy around Mr. Crossel, so perhaps he has, in fact, secured some. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter, But either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just also. The idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage, I won't stand for it. But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... where can we find someone who I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Mystery. If Mr. Crossell had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly have been his first choice.
Sounds about right. But water.
Why, hello there, honored customers. Welcome. Surely not more spurious claims that my jade betting is rigged and no one can ever win? Oh, I swear on all that is sacred.
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnayan merchant named Crossell enlisted your ore processing services recently?
A Snezhnayan merchant named... I do remember that. That was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus jadeite or not. But if a customer insists, he was quite generous with his money too, so I didn't give it too much thought.
Do you have any leftover debris from your work on it?
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at them.
Huh? If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross-sections and patterning suggest that these are Smaragdus nephrite shavings. Yes, it's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make jewelry all the time. I've heard it said that Smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite, though no one's ever proven it.
A thin layer of separation, huh?
If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy. Smaragdus nephrite is an entirely ordinary ore. Is
that so? So, did you find anything?
Not a trace.
So they really are different. But wait, how come Jichao is able to tell what it was just by looking?
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many of these in my time. These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding of them would find it very difficult to tell them apart. There may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, but that translates to an astronomical difference in terms of the market price. And, I'm sure, a significant difference in the cost of having them carved into shape.
All right, let's focus up. We're going off on it.
But, never mind, Shirto. Why would Mr. Crossell...
Unusual actions have unusual reasons behind them. Let's take some of these shavings back to...
Miss Yenfei?
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossell did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact Smaragdus jadeite, did he?
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact.
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these...
Of course.
Oh, I have my reasons. This document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the, ore that Mr. Crossell brought to your store. Please read it.
Yes, I see.
I wouldn't say there's been an incident, just a minor issue.
With this hard evidence to back us up?
On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to build a case. If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think. Jewelry. Aha! Got it! Xingxi. She often helps people to find a jewelsmith.
Well, that was quick.
Because lots of people come to me for legal advice every day. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of contracts. And contracts, well, I should say laws, are very important to us. But the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complicated. How can I put this? As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed.
So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say that it's hard to understand and impossible to finish?
Yes, well, that's no obstacle because I've memorized all the legal codices.
You memorized them?
You sound surprised. Knowing the law inside out is a legal advisor's bread and butter, you know? Oh, this has nothing to do with being an Adeptus. I just like reading things.
Again with that cat.
Well, that's that then.
Interesting. Also, where am I at when it comes to Primo Gems? Whoa! I have a lot. Outlander versus Outlander. Defeat child without any party member being marked and then hit by his follow-up attack. Ooh. That's a good one. Create a box of... Oh, that one's not hard. Reach Liyue's mansion in the sky. Sing a song of Mondstadt to the glazed lilies. Is there any others? Nope. Shop. Wait, how many Primo Gems do I have? I mean, not Primo Gems, Okay, so I have 8 at the moment. I need, 2 more to do a gacha. 10 times. And for those who are wondering which one I'm gonna be doing, I did one time already do, 10 times on this, but I'm doing her. Because she looks like she'd be a fun character to play. Plus, she's a water user. I don't have a lot of those. I think Barbara is probably my only one. Huh? Oi. Oh, there you go.
Oh, Miss Yenfei, it's you. Has something happened?
Have no further trouble from then on? Yes, of course. I'm just here. Has a merchant by the name of Crossel asked you to put him in contact with a jewelsmith recently?
Crossel? Yes, I remember him. He's a merchant from Snezhnaya. The design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an older jewelsmith who made them exactly according to his. This order was on hold for a very long time, and only completed quite recently, which is why—
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here.
Miss Inksy, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossel commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the material he presented to you that day was called Smaragdus Jadeite?
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Mr. Crossel wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf. I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself. The item is called Smaragdus Jadeite Twin Phoenix Pins. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus Jadeite. The document even has the official seal of the ministry on it.
Thank you, Sinksy. Now—
Sure, it isn't serving much purpose here anyway.
Nothing you need to worry about. Just a minor issue. I'll return your document as soon as I'm done with it.
Why is everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble?
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need. We just need to make one.
The weirdo with the snake around his neck?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragdus Jadeite is harmful to the human body. Once we have this final piece of evidence in our... Hey there!
Whoops! I didn't mean to fire off like that. I almost just went into the water again. Like a derp. Here we are.
My, to what do I owe the pleasure? Though I'm afraid that if you're looking for our little Chi-Chi, she's out gathering herbs. And if it isn't Miss Yanfei as well, now that's an even rarer honor. What business brings you here, might I inquire? Some charlatans peddling ineffectual medicines again, no doubt?
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with Smaragdus Jadeite.
Smaragdus Jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it included in the 6th commentary on the 7 Mountain Treatises. The 7 Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains. It is abundant in elemental energy, so if someone without a vision is in contact with it for a prolonged period, best case scenario, they fall ill. Worst case scenario, they'll suffer great changes in personality and their illness will Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to chit-chat. I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarities of
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind.
No trouble at all. It's just a single document, won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus Jadeite. But after I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remarkable disappointment. I wonder, Miss Yanfei, if you're
you needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baizhu. Thank you for penning us that document. I'll make sure to compensate you in due course.
You're too kind.
That Baizhu guy is as weird as ever. Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like he was fishing for something back there?
Dr. Baiju's always been like that. Well, we have the evidence we need. Let's go find Mr. Crossell.
Justice will be served.
Miss Yanfei, have you finished your investigation? I trust you will now be in a position to assess the compensation due.
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded. I can now provide a final figure for the amount payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. According to the stipulations of the contract, Mr. Crossell, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of mistake, Miss Yanfei.
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus Jadeite twin phoenix pins that you rented out to Mr. Chow was, in fact, Smaragdus Nephrite. Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine. Accordingly, you are liable for this sum, which is payable to Mr. Chow in Mora.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yanfei, I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus Jadeite, and yet you—
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Traveler, this is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner, Chateau.
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between Smaragdus Jadeite and Smaragdus Nephrite. How does this prove anything? In any case, Smaragdus nephrite is the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite.
That's an unsubstantiated...
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated.
Looks like our first piece of
hard evidence. Something legally binding. We have just the thing.
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This...
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either.
You know, you could be right. Perhaps the hairpins are the real deal.
Of course I'm right. All the evidence...
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we haven't revealed yet. Traveler, would you do the honors?
What's this?
Smaragdus jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. Sustained contact with Smaragdus jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer a dramatic change of personality and fall seriously ill. Mr. Crossell, were you aware of these peculiar properties of Smaragdus jadeite?
I had no idea.
No idea, you say? I'd guessed as much. But for you to have rented out such a dangerous item, I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work, but within that of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, I'm sure that the Ministry will be relatively lenient, considering that, as you say, you were ignorant of the danger you posed. Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be... I trust that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigations.
What? Wait!
Oh, so you knew? Oh, dear Mr. Crossell. But if you knew of Smaragdus jadeite's dangerous properties beforehand, why would you...
Huh? No,
Aren't actually inlaid with genuine Smaragdus jadeite? Is that what you were about to say? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Ms. Chow 10 times the original price in Mora? Mr. Crossell, your answer, please. My client and I are waiting.
He's seriously intimidating right now. It's like she's...
I admit it. I confess. But I'm a victim in all of this, too. I invested a great deal of time but after receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I couldn't sleep a wink or eat a single bite. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be worn as jewelry. But that's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus. I kept the real Smaragdus jadeite in a specially made box. I was worried that someone would see through it, which is why I only dared to rent them out, not sell them. And then to top it all off, Jiqiao lost the hairpins after I rented them out to her.
Exactly! If they weren't the real deal, why...
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be watching closely to see how much I could make off it. If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then...
All right, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According to the contract...
10 times?
Crossell looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Mr. Chow, 20% of that sum will...
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus jadeite!
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that much, Mora. Even if the Smaragdus jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them. Legally or not. However, Mr. Crossell, since you have no use for that chunk of Smaragdus jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead? I'll consider us even.
What? But
Miss Yunfei, I'll turn the Smaragdus jadeite over to you.
Well, that's not quite how the rules say this should go, but whatever.
Thanks so much for your help this time, Miss...
Oh, come on. No need to stand on ceremony. Well then, that's good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no further claims against you.
Is that so?
Actually, Mr. Crossell, I could see from the hairpins you produce that you're very skilled in jewelry design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore business, and we have a fair stock of fine ores. If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores, I think we could do some fine business between us.
Let me think for a moment.
Well, that's that. And we've got the Smaragdus jadeite that Granny wants too.
Exactly. Usually when someone tells us they've lost something, we end up searching all over the place for it. But even though the solution didn't involve actually finding the hairpins.
The right solution depends on your perspective on the problem. The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to reduce her liability to pay compensation. So, rather than looking high and low for some hairpins, proving that the rented item was nowhere near worth what the vendor had claimed it to be was the more efficient solution. An Adeptus. Speaking of, you took part in that battle, didn't you? Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by humans. The title of Adeptus means precious little to me compared to my job as a legal advisor. In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs legal consultancy far more than—
Paimon can think of someone who would definitely disagree with your reasoning.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit. I bet she's—
Well, that was a bunch of twists and turns, don't you think? Hopefully it's all worth it.
You've returned. How did it? Good.
Well, if we're all set, Granny, I'll get going now.
Oh, you. All right, then. Go see to your business. Granny
I'm off then. Bye! Oh, yes, Traveler. Make sure you don't lose the business card I gave you. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Regulars get discounts, too.
Come now, child. Are you leaving or are you not? If you have no wish to leave, perhaps—
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
That child. Goodness knows where she learned to be so rambunctious. Her father was hardly so riotous or fond of talking nonsense back in the day when he stood beside— Indeed she is. Liyue has changed, and the Adepti must also learn to change. Yanfei might be overly garrulous, but she is also the most intimately acquainted with the city among us all. Liyue is not the same place. All right, then. Let us speak of this no more.
Oh, Paimon's so excited!
It is but a single There we go. This Serenity Pot is all yours now. Hold it firmly. If you were to drop it, who knows what might happen. Take these blueprints with you as well. You'll need them if you wish.
Wait a minute, Granny. How exactly are we supposed—
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've already arranged for a certain little helper to await you within this teapot.
Hmm? Okay, which one should I go to, guys? Emerald Peak, Floating Abode, or Cool Isle? A part of me wants to say the cool isle. I don't know. Jay, are you still there? Probably not. Probably asleep. Let's do this one.
Inside the Madame Ping's. There's even a great big house in the middle, huh? But there's just a whole load of nothing around it. Paimon can't do that. Well, you're the one with the sword anyway. You do it. Still, why is it so empty here apart from that house? Oh, wait a second.
Well, it seems that we have a visitor.
It's a huge finch!
Excuse me, I am not a finch. I am a teapot spirit. Hang on a moment. Oh, call me. I suppose you may call me Tubby.
Oh, do I want to say it?
So you're the little help.
Madam Ping? Oh, you must mean Ping. Yes, she did summon me here. You may leave all matters regarding the upkeep of this realm to me. Your journey may be far from over, but at least this way you will not want for a though it is the Adepti who create realms such as this, they generally do not have the time of day to attend to the banal matter of their maintenance. Thus, we teapot spirits were created to help you may consider me a butler, if you now allow me to explain this realm to you. Have you any blueprints on you? As long as you have a blueprint, you can
Blueprints? Oh, that's right!
Yes, these are the blueprints I'm talking. Just commit the image of the objects to map, then simply release the thought from your mind and the
Wow! Is that all it takes? Then we could build a whole
I doubt it. A golden-eyed adeptus explained this to me at some point in the past. He said that even though subspace creation is a product of adeptal power, even that has its limits. This world is not a true one, after all. It provides merely a moment of brief respite from the mortal realm, not a means of escaping it entirely.
A golden-eyed adeptus?
I hardly remember myself. What's more, I have never seen that adept. Well, let's not dwell on that. If there's anything you would like to ask, just look for me.
looks like I can't use all the figurines I have because I don't have all the different shelves. Oops. What's this? Kitty cat.
I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go.
Uh-oh.
As long as I have my friends with me.
Nice. That's kind of cool. Our own little house.
I have gathered everyone here today to make an important announcement. Perhaps some of you will have heard the news already. I am, in fact, planning to rebuild the Jade Chamber.
Rebuild the Jade Chamber? That's a huge project!
So the rumors are true. No wonder the price of building materials has gone up so much lately.
The Jade Chamber means a lot to Lady Ningguang. Getting involved in this would be a huge opportunity.
Lady Ningguang, is there any way we can be of service?
Patience. Since the news made it out a few days ago, I have already had many people contacting me to declare an interest in joining the project. Nevertheless, I do have a few matters I should like to entrust to you. The building site has been chosen, and most of the materials have been assembled. They are as follows: Sunset Vermilionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils.
Excuse my ignorance, Lady Ningguang. I'm familiar enough with Plostrite, but
Only sufficiently large pieces of Plostrite, or specifically, Vermilionite, may earn themselves the Sunset moniker. This stone is what allows the Jade Chamber to float. Wonder Cores, meanwhile, are the central components of the mechanical structure of the Jade Chamber. Adepti Sigils serve as a means of integrating the mechanical devices with Adepti art. They are as indispensable as the mechanical core itself. Although these 3 items are rare, I trust that with your connections and capabilities, procuring them will not be a question of if, but of when. I take the saying, time is money, more seriously than most. Efficiency is everything. I will pay a generous price for the materials that you find. And in addition, the first 3 people who collect all the materials will have the opportunity to ask me a question. You may ask me anything, and I will give you an honest answer.
These things won't be easy to get hold of. But if it means a chance to get some inside information on Liyue Harbor's development plan for next year...
Then it's the deal of a lifetime. Information from Lady Ningguang is priceless. Whoever gets to it first takes the market.
Haha, what a coincidence. I won't divulge too much, but I heard some murmurings about some plot strike just the other day. So excuse me all, but I have some business to do.
That guy sounds familiar.
No. We better move quickly, or this opportunity will be snatched away from us.
Ningguang's rebuilding the Jade Chamber?
So you heard my announcement, did you? What do you think? Interested? Yes. Providing the question
Really? Ooh, then we'll never be short of more.
Of course. But the construction of the Jade Chamber requires a great deal of space. The abandoned mine outside the Golden House has been selected as the building site. I have other business to attend to now. Otherwise, I would gladly escort you to the site in person. When you do arrive, remember, this is a race against the clock. A rare opportunity present.
Ningguang seems super busy. Come on, we'd better get. First, we gotta get out of Eugene Terrace. Huh? Look! It seems like there's something kind of fishy.
Ma'am, you seem like an eminent and distinguished young lady to me. I can see that you're easily gonna win this procurement contest Lady Ningguang has. As it happens, we have some information.
No, I don't need it.
Don't be like that. Why don't you stand there?
Oh, right, yeah.
Sketchy.
Did you hear that? They said they had some useful information. Information's just what we need right now. Let's follow them and see what we can find out. They're not here. Let's keep looking.
Well, will you? Don't worry, we're not bad guys. You give us...
Boss, I got a bad feeling about this. Look at her, the white hair, the energy she gives off. I'm telling you, there's something different about her.
So what? She's loaded. How are we ever going to repay those
I've already told you. I don't need your information. If you still can't grasp that, I'm happy to repeat it in a way that won't be so easy to forget.
Come on, ma'am. It's not about whether you need the info or not, okay? It's about you taking out your money and handing it over.
I won't...
No more excuses! Yeah, I saw you. Strolling into Leo, then Xinyu kiosk, then Wanmin restaurant. How could you afford to be so wasteful if you weren't from a rich family? And since you're...
Master warned me not to lay a hand on any... But here we are.
Boss, I'm telling you...
What are you afraid of? We're just selling information. It's not illegal. If she lays a finger on us, all the better. We'll sue her for everything she's worth.
Oh, you again.
Millilith? What are the Millilith doing here? Did you do this?
Silence! How dare you threaten innocent civilians? You're coming with us.
No, don't.
Shenhe,
Shenhe?
my name.
Oh, so your name's Shenhe.
Oh, I've heard about you two before. Thank you for helping to defuse the situation. I could have dealt with it myself, though. I suspect smashing his head against the ground a handful of times is all it would have taken to get him to surrender.
Let's not say we did.
This is Liyue Harbor. There are
Laws? No.
Really?
That would be my stomach growling. I haven't eaten enough.
She's so honest. Wait, that's right. They said you went around all the restaurants. Then of course you're still hungry. So, any...
Chingson, glaze lily, violet grass. These are my usuals. Medicinal herb.
Kinda hard to explain. Anyway, Boo Boo Pharmacy's not far away. But after all, you...
Nope, can't do that.
Do you think Shenhe might be an adeptus? It seems like it's her first time in Liyue Harbor, and she doesn't seem to get how things work here.
Are you here to buy some herbs?
Chingson, glaze lily, and violet grass, please.
What kind of prescription is this? Sounds more like a lunch order. Oh, here you go. That's everything we have in stock.
Thank you.
She's...
My hunger has now abated. Thank you. Rather awful. Though they were not completely devoid of sweet fragrance.
So, how can you chow down on these and barely touch the restaurant food? If Paimon had enough Mora, Paimon would go to the fancy...
Because I'm not sure whether I will remain here in the future. The food of the mortal realm is most delicious. But should I return to the mountains, yearning for the food here shall only pose an obstacle to my continued spiritual development. Sampling each dish in order to appreciate its taste is enough.
Return to the mountains! That proves it!
Enough about me. What are your plans from here?
Oh, right! Paimon almost... And now we're probably super behind because we've been held up for so long.
I see. I heard something about...
Yep! You get to ask Ningguang any question you want if you win! Were you interested in the
I came for the rebuilding of the Jade Chamber, but until this point I had no intention of joining a contest. However, you have shown me your kindness, and I would now like...
Wow! Yeah, but having an Adeptus help out will make things a whole lot easier, so...
Then let's not delay.
Great! Paimon bet...
I am not sure whether, or to what extent, this plan can be classified as we simply need to dispose of everyone who's currently ahead of us. Then, we...
Veto! That is not acceptable! Not by a long shot!
Really? But I hear that
Look, we want to win this comp Sunset Vermilionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils. Let's start at the top of the list and work down. So...
I was wondering who I could hear arguing over there.
Baiju? What are you...
Lady Ningguang wishes to purchase a large batch of wound dressing. We're running low at the store, so...
Huh? How can Lady Ningguang need so much wound dressing all of a sudden?
I'm not too sure. I did hear she's looking to rebuild the Jade Chamber. Maybe for its first aid on site? I didn't ask, though. Far be it from me to oh, and she also borrowed Chi-Chi. Meaning Boo Boo Pharmacy is very short-handed right now.
No, we've got other stuff to do. While you're here, though, you seem to know a lot. Have you...
Ah, the variety of plostrite used in the Jade Chamber, yes? There is some mention of it in the 7 Mountain Treatises. As far as the records show, virtually all Sunset Vermilionite in existence has been mined and taken possession.
Okay then, let's... Thanks, Baiji.
You're quite welcome. Good luck to you all. And if there's any...
New mail. One more. Just one more. One more, one more, one more. Yeah. Not enough. Wait.
Ad Astra. Maybe you're not used to the place at the... If you ever have it...
If you ever have any...
Whoa. All right, we now got 10. Cross our fingers, and let's see if we can get the new character. You guys ready? I have my fingers crossed on both hands. Let's go. And we got purple. I am concerned. No! Not another Bennett! What a wasted wish. Yuck. I'm sorry, but Bennett's a character I just don't have feel like I want to use. Eesh. That was a waste of 10 wishes.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
No.
Oh. Oh.
Hmm. Alright. Since I said we were going to do something, give me one moment. I'll be right back, and then we can start trying to get to that one, see how far we can get to Natlan. No, don't zoom out.
A toast to our success. Let me tell you how it is.
Made another handsome sum today.
My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all.
Made another handsome sum today. A toast to our success.
Alright, I'm ready. Let's. Alright. Whoa. What happened there? I'm ready. Let's get this going.
I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart?
Oh. Okay, so what we do know, Natlan's right here. Nope. No. Ah, here we go. There's where we need to go. Well, let's see if we can reach it with our current team. We'll start by going here. Ooh.
The rainforest climate is far more pleasant than
Less exploring will also raise up my adventure rank too. They didn't pose much of a challenge, did they? Ooh. Oh! Okay. Now be mindful of the wildlife. Not all of them are your friends. Note it. Okay. Not bad, guys. Now I realize there is no character like playable that even has facial hair like a mustache. Oh, they don't want like that's I don't know. That just seems strange. Like the only time you see playable characters with a lot of facial hair in games like mustaches is butler-like characters. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Let's just quietly sneak by. How far are we? Alright, we're almost to the snow. Are you looking to get caught? Oh my goodness. Statue, there it is. Cabbage fairies? Rain? Huh?
Finally, the rain has stopped.
Oh, hi. I don't see a someone. So my theory is I can't travel into whatever that thing is until I make it to a point of the story. What was that bar above my health? That didn't look good. It looks like the statue's right there. And it looks like something big is also right there. That's not. We're here for exploring. Looks like the statue I need is right down here. All right. Found ourselves another village. Yeah.
Sand's getting wedged into my paw pads. Feels kinda weird. Alright, we're making progress. We are making a lot of progress. Oh, whoa. Hey. I think my model's just had a mind of its own. Ooh, that is not a nice looking twister. That is not a nice looking twister with all that. It looks cool with the glowing in the center.
but that's always a bad omen. All right. Gonna have to keep going down this road and we'll get there. Something tells me I made a bad call. And I can't get back up. Or did I just count my chickens too soon? We're almost there. Almost to the edge of the map. Or at least the edge of what my map can show me. Yeah, this is like this is the cat girl in a big litter box. Reminds me of something from one of my friends, Cece. She was doing a stream of Luigi's Mansion 3 and her character is a cat. And it's just funny, we were saying that she was just in the biggest litter box. during the Egyptian level. Anyways, looks like we're at the just about at the edge. But I gotta watch because I'm close to an area where I can't touch. Looking at the quest distance, we've gone quite a long distance away, over almost 6,000 miles away from the quest destination. But you know what? We can always teleport back once we get to where we're going. Are we there? Are we there yet? We're almost there. Definitely tell we're getting to the edge of the desert because the... Uh-oh. Well, the good news is we finally out of the desert. Okay, so we're gonna want to take a tour down that way. That there's more land. Gameplay tutorial. Hold up. I don't see anything. Okay, so nothing bad. That's good. Concerned me for a moment there. So we're going this route because, and I got more land I can walk on without wasting my stamina. But it looks like it takes me to the edge of the map. Yep. Huh? Hmm. Huh? What? Ooh. It's my little buddy. It's my little buddy. Hmm. Hmm. Alright, guys, let's name this character. You know what? I got the perfect name. I've seen someone do Charmander. I've seen somebody do Fuacoco. I'm gonna name it. Oh, I messed up. Oh well. When did that happen? Whoa. Yeah, I'm a dino. I'm a dino. I'm a dino. Oh man. Okay, so looks like you can't just get the pyro ability.
My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon not carrying one at all. Oh.
There's still a long road ahead.
Yep, you cannot resonate with Pyro, unfortunately. Not at the beginning, by the looks of things. But we'll uncover more of that mystery when we get to play its story. But we have done a stepping stone. We've unlocked the part. But is it just me, or is the region a little smaller too? Or is it just because there's more coming on the way? I mean, it seems kind of small for a region. What's our rank at now? We still got a ways, but let's teleport back to at least we got to one of the statues of Natlan. So this will come in handy later.
Master Xingqiu, thank goodness you're finally back.
Oh? Why do I detect an urgency?
The guild has had a whole string of strange orders in recently. Everyone's been completely caught off guard. Your father gave me specific instructions to ask you to stay and help out if I happen to see you.
I see. Have someone sort the orders by type for now.
Oh, how wonderful.
Hey, Xingqiu! Glad you're here. We want to ask you for some information.
Traveler, Paimon, Shu, I need to entertain some guests. Please continue with your work for the time being, and we'll discuss the matter of the guild's orders in more detail later on.
Understood, Master Xingqiu. Then I will leave you in peace.
I wasn't counting on finding you here today. What's going on? And how, pray tell, may I be of service?
Xingqiu, have you ever heard of Sunset Vermilionite?
Oh, I see. So you've entered Lady Ningguang's contest as well.
As well?
The truth is, the Feiyun Commerce Guild is in possession of some Sunset We are holding it on behalf of someone who has asked us to put it up for auction. And a lot of interested parties have already come to us inquiring about. At the end of the day, it all comes down to supply and demand. In this case, I'm
500 million!
Yeah.
Honestly, I would recommend that you don't bother bidding on this one. The price is greatly inflated, and it's just not worth it.
But without any...
Don't panic. I don't suppose you ever heard of Sea Gazer?
Who?
Sea Gazer was once very close to Mountain Shaper, but if I am not mistaken, he has already passed away.
Yes, precisely. I didn't know anyone else knew about him. According to records of drifting clouds, Sea Gazer once built an abode to store his rarest and most exquisite treasures. After Sea Gazer passed, the abode was abandoned. And luckily, I came into possession of a stack of folk history books just recently. They make some oblique references to this lost abode, and after cross-referencing them against each other, I'm now fairly certain that it is situated in the Liyue area.
That's great! Wouldn't it be a little, disrespectful?
You needn't worry. As far as I understand, Sea Gazer was very open-minded. Even while he was alive, he wouldn't have let something like this bother him.
Open-minded? I have not heard of Sea Gazer being described in this way before.
Just a rumor I heard out in the mountains. All right then, let's go.
There's something about this young lady that reminds me of a good friend of mine. Oh, I almost forgot. Adepti abodes tend to have very ingenious designs, especially when it comes to their defense mechanisms. Plus, it's likely to be crawling with monsters after being abandoned for so long. So please, be very careful.
Okay, we...
Have I been there yet? Looks like I have. Well, at least to a degree. What time is it? I'm terribly sorry, but it is getting actually pretty late, and unfortunately I have a day job, so I gotta get some sleep. Alright. That's gonna be it for tonight's stream. One second. Too loud. That's gonna be it for tonight's stream. Thank you all for joining, those who did. If you liked what you seen and want to see more from me, please get the like, the follow, the subscribe button, a big old boop on the nose. Come on. Like to see some of my artwork? Check out my DeviantArt. Check out my Twitter. Commissions are currently open. Speaking of Twitter, if you want to keep up to date on what I'm going to be doing, whether it's streams or otherwise, be sure to follow me on there. I post updates on any stream I'm going to be doing ahead of time. And what else? Okay, so if you want to also get in touch with me, you can also hit me up on my Discord. I'm just about on there every day. I might consider building a server if I get enough people who are interested. We'll see about that. Okay, so there will not be a stream tomorrow. There will be a stream Friday for Fortnite, possibly with Dash teaming up with me again like he's been for the past few weeks. There won't be a stream on Saturday. There will be a Yeah, we'll pick up on the Genshin Impact stream Sunday and see if we can get to Inazuma next. That'll be another step closer to getting to the Natlan story. Hopefully. As for other streams, there'll be another Mario Odyssey stream on Monday. Probably with some Animal Crossing too. There'll be an No. Yeah, there we go. Odyssey stream Monday. There'll be Animal Crossing stream Tuesday with some Zenless Zone Zero. And then another art stream on Wednesday. Alright, yeah, that's pretty much going to be it. So, you guys have a good night. Keep those tails wagging. And hope to see you all in the next stream. Bye-bye.